worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can't and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can't and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can't and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can't and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can't and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the binoculars out in time.
Look, well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate. Let's start the show.
What is going on? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy 8-Bit. Let's get the music, the background going. That's actually dope. Nice. Yo, my boy Black Panther out there cutting up. Finally, a good version of Black Panther. Oh, them Wolverine claws are ridiculously long, bro. Storm. Yo, 4-player. That's dope. Yeah. And it's almost here. December 1st. I'm snatching that up. I can't even lie. We're gonna watch this trailer one more time. Hey, babe. Here, you wanna listen? Okay. You wanna listen?
Okay.
It's this game that's coming. December 1st. It's called Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
That looks fun.
It does.
Are we buying it?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. And we will figure out a way to bring y'all the content. And I'm actually digging the soundtrack too. Got my boy Galactus, Annihilus. Nasty. Okay, let's mute the trailer so we can talk about it. Yeah. It's kind of like that Turtles, that Shredder's Revenge.
Can you
I ain't worried about that. I got it.
Can you put it on? I wanted to get you for your Christmas gift.
Oh, here we go.
Can you put on pre-order?
We're not doing that. We're gonna do something else. I'll talk to you about it, but we're gonna do something else. Love you too, bud. Okay, so let's get some background music going while we chop it up and talk about this. Because one is the game, the gameplay, the speed of everything. you know. And let's get, while we got that going in the background, matter of fact, we'll blow this up for y'all right quick. Okay, we are almost there. All right. Okay. All right. So yeah, while we chop it up about this here game, it's a 4-player, looks like online, maybe multiplayer. You know, definitely, or more than likely, it's gonna be at minimum multiplayer at home, but definitely online. Made by the same company that made the Shredder's Revenge Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. So yeah, actually pretty damn dope. Like the combos, absolutely sick. Like the crossovers and whatnot. Now, if we go here, so even in multiplayer, each player is so this looks to be a staple of the combat system of the game, is being able to swap on the fly, or maybe based on some system or format, but it looks like everybody will be able to, Red She-Hulk, everybody will be able to switch on the fly. It also looks as though there'll be some sort of either custom or unlockable skins in there. I hope this doesn't mean that they're going the way of trying to sell people a bunch of skins and shit instead of making the game continue to be great. Because off rip, it looks fucking fantastic. I mean, you got the Daily Bugle in the background here. You know, looks like some sort of symbiote breeding chamber or some such. You actually get to, looks like you actually get to fight both as Venom, I guess, once you've unlocked him, possibly by beating him here, and because yeah, right there, Eddie Brock, right, coming down through there as a playable character now. So pretty freaking dope. You may actually have to fight this guy to unlock him, which means he's both a villain boss and a hero, which also speaks well to the game, that maybe we'll get more villains as playable characters in the game. There's a model for Thanos later on. You know, I would hope that maybe we get some DLC with Doc Doom or something like that later. So actually pretty dope. What the hell is this? Oh, I think I know where this is. Damn, you may have to fight the High Evolutionary too. That's freaking dope, because I think they're on Wondergore here. But that looks like Man-Thing, maybe. And then this looks like something else, but that could be another cat altogether. I mean, you got a talking shark back here. Another little thing up there you can't quite make out, so yeah. Yeah, it looks like the main big bads though are the Annihilation Wave, which is dope, but then they got other folks like AIM guys and you know, this sort of stuff. Symbiote sort of guys and Sentinels and all of that. So yeah, pretty freaking awesome, man. And I actually cannot wait until this game drops. I mean, look at her. You got Sauron, you got MODOK right there, you got Taskmaster right there. I mean, man, what is this, Wasp down here, or is this one of them alien guys? Yeah, I think that's one of the part of the Annihilation Wave. So yeah, because some more guys down here at the bottom. Ay, 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 ay. And if that wasn't enough, wait until you see what I got to show you guys a little later on. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and get into the game. So that game, Marvel Cosmic Invasion, is coming December 1st, but then you also have the collab message that was dropped over on X by these guys, and we can head over there right quick. And it's basically the same message. As we approach the Marvel Cosmic Invasion launch on December 1st, get ready for upcoming collaborations, special content, and events with other Marvel games titles in the weeks coming, alongside a very special Marvel Cosmic Invasion update early next year. And then if you look on this right here, you see 7 games, including Marvel Future Fight. So whatever they got cooking, and you got a Nihilus in the background of this thing, hopefully for us, this means a Nihilus is a playable character, possibly a GBR would be nice as well. So yeah, and an excellent way to include the Annihilation Wave would be that. I hope it's not another world boss. Like, enough with the fucking world bosses. Give us a GBR. Give us something different to sink our teeth into in that arena, man. I mean, in the background right here, he's bigger than the whole fucking planet. Make him a giant boss. You know? Of course, yeah, there are 7 other games over here, and you have to display him prominently. I get it. But, yeah. So looks like there's going to be some... Now, I do know that Annihilus is in some of these games already. So I wonder how that's kind of work out for them. Looks like he is going to be the big bad for the Marvel Cosmic Invasion game itself. So we don't have to wait that long to see this time. So, but we do still have to wait and see. But I mean, it has been way past time for us to get a new GBR. Dormammu is 2 years old. You know what I mean? So that would be the icing on the cake as far as a lot of these characters. I think a lot of the meta has to kind of be reevaluated because of all of the flux and changes going on in Alliance Battle. So having another shakeup to go along with that in GBR, along with all of the shakeups that we've had coming to PvP lately, I think will be a nice change of pace overall for the game in the long haul. And I think that's kind of what's important. But yeah, Strike Force, Snap, Rivals, Puzzle Quest, and MCOC are all participating in this along with Future Fight in the release of Marvel Cosmic Invasion. So, like they say at the bottom, cosmic collaborations are on the way. So, you know. I don't know if anyone has Galactus as a playable character in the game. I know we don't. We do have him as a giant boss, but he's rather dated at this point as well. Oh, goodness. Let me get on the board. I thought I was at least going to be able to sneak in 20% of the damage. Okay.
Microphone check up.
right. Let's crank up some other world battle while we continue to chop it up about the topic at hand this evening, shall we? This cosmic collaboration, so to speak. And we'll get into the wider community and see what everybody else is thinking. So let's jump back over. Let's see. Celebrate Marvel's Cosmic Invasion launch on December 1st and gear up for the upcoming celebrations. Expect special content and events with other Marvel titles in the coming weeks, including a very special Marvel Cosmic Invasion update early next year. So, I mean, they're pretty much spelling it out for us right here. Cosmic collaborations are on their way. So, let's piece this out. December 1st. Funny, we have gear up kits in the game, and they're talking about gear up. You also have gears in the game, so I think that's the other thing. My whole squad is debuffed. We'll see how this rolls. Those the first few are always bullshit. And it may be a whole lockdown situation with Null and Sentry just being able to wipe anyway. In spite of. So we'll just rock this out for a few rounds until shit starts getting dicey. It's kind of weird how that works. So they say for us to expect special content and events. So this is aside from, this would be after Black Friday, honestly. So, you know, special content could be new content, and events could be, you know, whatever freebies they decide to throw our way or whatever. Or it could be just a specialized check-in event that's based around that. They've been doing a lot of stuff with the web shop interaction, and the banner link stuff lately. So could be any number of things. Got an ass whoop right there. And then they go on to say, including a very special Cosmic Invasion update. So is everyone getting some sort of Cosmic Invasion update that they don't have in their game already? We don't have a Nihilist Giant boss raid. So, and you know, a very special Marvel Cosmic Invasion update kinda sounds multiplayer-ish. You know, maybe I'm reading too much into that. You know, are we going to get crossover characters that are appearing in other games that aren't necessarily here? you know, who knows? Let's see. Let's do this. List of champions. Let's see, now I'm interested to know. Now other games, like Marvel Rivals, which is relatively new compared to MCOC or Marvel Future Fight or Puzzle Quest or any of that stuff. Those games are gonna stand to benefit a lot more than, say, a game like MCOC or Future Fight that has such an extensive character list. So yeah. I'm scrolling down the list here and this is fucking hilarious. They have shit. They have Howard the Duck in MCOC. So I'm over here on the fandom wiki for Marvel Contest of Champions, looking at the list of champions in the game. Now scrolling down, like, man, I don't see anybody that we don't have. Howard the Duck. We recently got the Hood. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's been in their game since February 2017. Yeah, we both got Archangel. That's just a different take on the same thing. Vulture, Nebula, Angela, Carnage, Medusa, Morningstar, MODOK, Mephisto. Damn, they got Mephisto way before we did. Psylocke, Kingpin, Hela. Yeah. Like it's difficult to kind of go, well, gold pool. I mean, that would just be like a different rendition on an outfit, not necessarily a new character. Like you got Deadpool, X-Force right here. So yeah, that's the second iteration of Cyclops that I've seen on this list so far. Electro, Wasp, Captain America, Electro, Joe Fix-It. Black Bolt, Gamora, Ronan, Guillotine. It's been in there for a while too. 2015. Massacre. Yeah, these are kind of names I really don't even recognize. Venom the Duck. Like an evil version. Diablo. Oh, they do have Annihilus already. Got him in 2019, so he's been in their game 6 years. Going on 7. Havoc they got a while back. Mr. Sinister. Punisher 2099. Invisible Woman named more Mysterio. Couple more Spideys. Sunspot. We just got him. They've been having him Warlock. Yeah, we don't have him. Squirrel Girl, another Guillotine. Oh, they have Longshot and Mojo and Mole Man and Terex. Okay. It's getting kind of spicy. Tigra, Hit Monkey, Sasquatch, Dragon Man, Airwalker. Okay. It's getting kind of spicy. Psycho Man, Super Scroll, Mangog. Okay. See, I've been, look. This motherfucker right here. This motherfucker right here. Wait, yeah, here you go. As far as I know, this is Big Daddy Odin. The only guy that Odin has ever feared that I've run across is this guy, Mangog. He eats Odin Force. Like, this dude is a problem on an entirely different scale. They have him. So that's actually dope. You know, us getting a character, Purgatory, Mr. Negative. Okay, see, us getting a character on the scale of a Mangog. Yeah. Did they have this dude's bio by any chance? Mangog is a Mystic Champion being Mystic Champion. He has a class. Okay, this is talking about in-game shit. Where's his here we go. Mangog is a physical manifestation and sum total of hatred of a billion of a billion beings from a race that was imprisoned throughout the mystical was imprisoned through a mystical spell by Odin and the Norse gods. Mangog is physically unstoppable and nearly indestructible. While he is able to feed on psychic energies such as hate, fear, and devotion, he has claimed he's always exist so long as there is hatred in the world, or he will always exist as long as there is hatred in the world. And then they're talking about how many different ways this dude can be played and all of this shit here. But, you know, that's more in-game stuff. As far as MCOC is concerned, but the bios are, you know, usually ripped from the comics. Penny Parker, okay, that's cute. Nimrod, we kind of have him. Summoned Symbiote, and it's just some sort of, okay. Oh, Toad, Sauron, Captain Britain, Omega Sentinel. Okay, so this is like shit. Prime Sentinel. Yeah. Similar to that. Gallon, we don't have him. Hell, that's Galactus right there. A Tuma, interesting. Man, they got a lot of spicy ass characters that we do not have in MCOC. Give us some of this roster, Future Fight. If you want to know what to do, if you really want to know what to do, some of these characters that are over here that are more of the more spicy variety. Moondragon. See what I'm talking about? Bring these characters. Bring these guys. You know? Yeah, the Olympians are nice and all. That's cool. Moondragon. Mangog. You know, who else did I just run across up here? Atuma, Gallon, you know, or Galactus, whichever way you want to bring him. Sauron, Toad, Blob, you know, Avalanche, all of these sorts of characters, right? Super Scroll. Man, say, like I said, yeah, if I see what's the name in here, I'm the Prowler. Oh my goodness. Dust. Oh, now I can't think of his name. Silver Sable. See, there's another one. Silver Samurai would be a nice addition. You know, we recently got the leader. They probably been they got him last year. Okay, North Star. I could go for some North Star. Oh, damn, it don't look like we anywhere close to the end of this list either. Jack O'Lantern. Already. See, Hingepool. They do have a lot of duplicates over here. I will give Bastion. They already have Bastion. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. I was gonna say Wonder Man without Silver Samurai. They already have him. Frank in the Castle. Okay. Yeah, that looks like the end of it. Because these look to be just Electro Luke. Yeah, those look just to be other stuff. Okay, so I think there's a lot that Future Fight can learn just by looking at some of the roster choices that MCOC has made and act accordingly. Photon, I didn't even catch her, but that's we have her already, just by another name. That's just Spectrum. Yeah, Monica Rambeau. So Spectrum, Photon, same difference. Lady, Deathstrike, Danny Moonstar. Like, bro, they could learn a lot from, like I said, just me coming up and doing another sweep. I'm just finding even more characters we don't have. Vision. What the hell is that? You know, so it's just little stuff like that. You know, Spider's pretty recent for us as they've been having them. Whereas we've been having Hulkling, but they just got him. Rentrin, I don't even know who that is, but that's cool. Captain Britain, I do know, so is that just a okay, that's Captain Britain. We have this outfit or a outfit for her that is Captain Britain, but yeah, I thought they were talking about the guy. But yeah, like I said, they could learn a lot from just looking at this roster and going over it and saying, hey, you know, we don't have any of the Heralds of Galactus. We don't have any. I mean, that would have been such a more powerful update and a reason for them to revamp GBR Galactus altogether. And they still could have done the Annihilation Wave thing. Or maybe they do it after the fact. Who knows? But, you know, if this is it, it would have taken them over 3 years, I think, to do something. As far as upgrading Giant Boss Raid, so and that's if Annihilus is a giant boss. There's no guarantee of that. How did I lose that? I was up, but okay. I'll listen back and I'm gonna actually hear all of the losses. Okay. And let's see if I can get out there a little bit. That was nice. Come on. All right. Make you push me into it, baby. It's gonna be tight. All right. All right. Should buy me a little bit of time. Oh, blade twisters cost me. Yeah. All right. Come on. Just need a few more rotations. Ooh. Yeah, that was real close. But my boy Venom was able to pull it off. What was it before? Hero, Nas, Male? Okay. Mm, yeah. Zero support. Sure, why not? There, I can go for that. Okay, he may be able to pull this off. All right. You think you slick. Mm-mm. There we go. Yeah, stay right there. That's all I want you to do. Completely whiffed on the 5th skill there. Nope. Blade Twister's got me. He finally got one. Oh. Oh, and I'm getting put on the wrong side of that. And we're way behind schedule. Okay. Wow, we just got freaking clapped. As if we wasn't having a hard enough time. Okay. Nice. That works. All right. Okay, got a little bit of reprieve there. Pushed him into the stage, but his bars are a little bit higher. Would have ideally like to have him under 30. Wow. Straight whiffed. Do not get caught up in that damn thing. Wow. Stop this whole cutscene right here. Oh. Never been caught by that before. "30 seconds, 16 bars, this ain't happening." It just ain't enough time left. I need about another 10 seconds. Yep, I need about another 10 seconds to clear that with Thor. I'm sure I could shave it off with gameplay and whatnot. He's not tier 4. Ah, that's right. Okay, I'm like, why in the hell can't I use Mephisto? Bring Hulk along for if Loki get out of line. Say. You remember what he did to you last time now? Wow, he's too far. Straight whiffed. Let's try that again. Okay, you can do more than a bar per rotation, so wow. Ran right past me for it. Fucking twisters. So he keeps popping it up on the delay off the third skill is when he tries to pop the ether. And he catches me there every single time. There we go. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Let's go. Expected more damage than that. Nice. Mm-hmm. You're just sitting there trying to waste time. Don't want to push phase. All this shit. Wow. They just missed everything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, same difference as freaking Thor. Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Need some supports. Need some tier 4 supports in order to do any serious climbing. Unfortunately. Since I'm just destined not to make it to the ether. At all times. Oh, wow, he hits hard with that shit. Yeah, let me not let him get that. Yeah, let me not let him get that. Oh. Let me get that. Yes, sir. Nice. But I missed the ether. Yep, let's go. All right. Oh, that's why Wolverine's unavailable. Okay. Um. All right. It's a nice chunk of damage there. Oh. Did I beat him to the punch, or did he beat me to the punch? Oh. Come on, do you little... Okay. Take him down lower than 30. Ooh, good tracking. away from that shit. Oh. Yeah, I should have let him grab that ether. Ooh. Ooh. He is really trying to clap Thor, ain't he? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna try something else slick. Right there at the end. Yeah, Mephisto give 18% flame damage? Yeah, do it like that. But yeah, man. What's going on, DJ? Welcome back. Welcome back. This is gonna be good. Hell yeah, that shit's gonna be good. We're definitely picking it up. I plan to also get me a Elgato, so I should be able to bring you guys content from what the hell is going on? Content from the PS or whatever I decide to get it on. So I say I'm so surprised he didn't do that. Called for the ether while I was in the middle of that animation. This is actually going to be dope. I thought that ether was going to last just a little bit longer to push him below 30 bars. Whoa. Yep, knew you were coming with the short piece. Okay, next phase change. But what do y'all think, man? As far as Marvel Future Fight is concerned, do you think we're getting the Annihilation Wave? Let this chump trigger my artifact. Oh, but I triggered the ether. Let's wrap it up then. But yeah, man, what do y'all think? As far as all of this is concerned, they'll say it, the Cosmic Invasion game in itself looks like it's going to be an absolute banger. The combo system, the skill level involved in getting on here and just handling your business, I think is something we've kind of all been waiting for, really. And it's these sorts of games, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's always more fun to play something like this multiplayer, right? It just is. But it's also, the proton cannon coming back, or iron cannon, however they want to call it. Straight 90s animation. I mean, bro, the Rainbow Bridge, that scene is actually pretty freaking sick. How they do that. And keep it basic. Everything doesn't have to be, so fancy. Sometimes simplicity is the answer. You know what I mean? And I think that's something that we've been missing you know, in gaming, in games in general. You know what I mean? I mean, you look at this opening scene right here, with Iron Man and MODOK, right? And that right there, that's iconic. The materialization of the cannon out of nowhere, that's classic 90s sort of shit. You know, that's what do you call that? That's Optimus Prime and the trailer. If you know, you know. You transform, the trailer comes out of nowhere. Where was the trailer? You know, it's this sort of nostalgia that I think has been missing a lot. Gene looking absolutely sick. You know, and then the whole aspect of switching on the fly, right? I think that to be able to continue your combos and whatnot is absolutely dope. You know, all of that right there. Because as you can see, you got like, I don't know if this is Iron Man and whoever else here. This is Surfer and Jean, Panther, and I really can't make some of these icons out. This is definitely Wolverine and Venom. So you got some. Oh, that's Spidey's icon. Okay, Spidey and Iron Man. Okay. And then this is, I don't know who this is with Black Panther. Like, honestly, it could be another suit for Nova or some shit like that. But the whole switching on the fly thing, you know, hey, hold up. Did something come out of that Sentinel whenever Jean dropped it? Hold the phone. Cause Jean drops us. Yeah. That is fucking wild, bro. So the Sentinels are being controlled by a nihilist. That's freaking insane, bro. That is fucking wild. I love that. That's on some like 1980s alien type shit. Man, look at the way the alien pops out of him though. Look at this. These are coming out. This one is busting out of the chest. It's like, bro, that is actually nuts. I love that. That's sick. That's sick. Yeah, let's slide on back over into this game, man, so we can do this last little. They got Wolverine out here looking like Popeye the Sailor Man and shit. This big ass form. This big ass forms. Like, look at this. Even if you take the clouds off, this, man, let me blow this shit up. This motherfucker has some big ass goddamn from the elbow to the, that's his whole torso. Man, say, I understand they're trying to make him prominent and all of that stuff there, but they and I think they, like, some of the styling, I wish they kind of cleaned up a bit, but I don't know. I still love it. There were some other concerning issues though that I did see that I hope they kind of fix before launch. You know, in these beat 'em up style games, it is imperative that you have what's known as a back attack. All of them have had it. Turtles in Time, Shredder's Revenge, Double Dragon, Castlevania, you name it. And I don't know if that's necessarily the case here. Maybe it's something that gets patched in the future for all characters, who knows? But just something where you can quick strike, because they've already said that characters will have limited ways to defend, so either a dodge or a block attack or some shit like that, I think is what they said. So perfect timing. See if we can bypass another one of these joints. Probably not without the ether. Ooh. Okay. Now this. Okay. Whoa. The way it's set up though. Oh. Yeah, he beat me to that one. Um, so let's go ahead and crush it. Not really worried about ether at this point. Yeah, get him out of here. Okay, good old Odin's blessing. Nice, nice. So yeah, I mean, I think the collab could have the opposite effect, and you see a large outflux of players also. I mean, granted, you'll still have your mainstays and stuff like that, but you're talking about a brand new beat 'em up that's as clean as what appears to be advertised. I mean, you know, and then the other thing too is, you know, in my search for, let's get back to the game. In my search to, you know, find out more about this Marvel Cosmic Invasion, because my first time hearing about it was Alex video. I'm like, well, where the hell have I been? Sort of, you know, reaction. So I start looking around and I run across other 80s sort of games in similar vein that are either releasing or due to release in 2025. And so I ran across this little gem that I also saved for you guys. So I don't know if they're trying to you know, I don't know if they're trying to really sort of catch on to the whole action, but I mean, looks to be pretty good. When I saw this one though, it kind of reminded me of another old school game that I'm not sure if you guys are really familiar with, but was that Tila that called Orko out? Okay, so Tila calls out Orko, and I have no idea what the hell Man at Arms does. But He-Man, I think, does that electric attack that shocks everything on the screen. So, yeah, that one. That's actually a clean transition. Yeah, look like you got some grabs in there as well. I cannot stop it on that damn frame. Look like he has some grabs in there as well. Evil in back here in the corner. So yeah, you got some stuff going on in here. But this more so reminded me of Golden Axe. If you're not familiar, it was a game that came out back in the 80s. And we may pull up some stuff so you guys can check it out and see what I'm talking about. But yeah, we'll go ahead and slide back on over. Okay, we got a little while longer to wait, so we'll go ahead and go gold farming right quick so we can pick up. But yeah, I saw that. I immediately called my boy Jackass and I was like, oh shit. And as a matter of fact, it was in the let me see if I can show you guys. Okay. So yeah, not there now, but you know, the original little side list that would normally show, one of the first things that popped up was that that game when I was actually looking for the Marvel Cosmic Invasion stuff, and then I wound up running across He-Man Masters of the Universe, Dragon Pearl of Destruction, if that's not a mouthful. And I was like, oh shit. What in the hell is this? It also started me to thinking how so many games that they've been coming out with lately have not been performing, underperforming, complete flopping. And now you're starting to see, games like Gotham Knights, Marvel's Avengers, these AAA titles. I don't think the FPS scene is as heavy as it used to be. Not saying it's not still players playing them. Of course there are. But my understanding is a lot of the more serious heads have kind of dialed it back of late. So we don't talk about it a lot, but I think the whole agenda of putting people that aren't necessarily as qualified to do a particular job is, as far as across the board in different industries, has hurt. And we're starting to see that manifest in things like gaming now as well. That's my overall take on it. You know what I mean? That's the only way really to explain flop after flop after flop. You know, we'll see how this Wolverine game does. Yeah, you had a few titles in there that people have played and still play. You know, the Escape from Tarkov's and all of these sorts of games, and there are genres out there that are still going strong. Don't get me wrong, but when is the last game that came out that you were really excited for that lived up to your expectations? That's the question. You know what I mean? I can't think of the last one. There have been games that have had a lot of potential, but I either go, okay, I'll get it, and am heavily disappointed, or I wait because I'm skeptical and the game flops anyway. So, yeah, or I wait and more information comes out and it turns out that the game is not, you know, what I thought it was gonna be. So I pass. But I can't think of the last game that I've actually played that has lived up to or exceeded my expectation. And that's, you know, not that I play a lot of mobile games, but as far as the AAA title stuff or console release type stuff, yeah. You know, all you hear about now and all you see now is buyer beware videos on so many of these games. If this is what you're looking for, if this is not the, it's like, dude, can y'all not do one thing right? And like I said, I know we don't want to talk about it a lot, but I think that's one of those things that has hurt across all industries. We see it mostly in Hollywood and movies because it's more obvious, right? But, you know, that translates into other sectors as well. And it may take a little bit longer to trickle down because of the amount of times that it actually takes to do a project, you know, as far as a AAA title is concerned. I mean, you could be looking at something that's years in the making. Whereas with a lot of these big budget movies now, they're shooting them in, you know, 2-3 years. Yeah, it may take them a little bit longer to write a script if, you know, they have one. But allegedly. But yeah, that's kind of how that whole thing shakes out. So grab me a water. think I'll grab me some chips. A bowl to put them in though. Sorry about that. Uh-oh, Luna with the K-pop. Left my damn water in there. Okay, we're back. Hell, I might not have gotten to Mephisto yet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I already used them. Oh. No, we were 8 of... Okay. Okay. I'm thinking we were 2 in, we were 8 in. So I've been meaning to favorite Mephisto for this game mode so I can bring him in here and use him, but I have to remember to do it like before I do any runs. All right, there we go. Got all of them joints out the way. So, should be primed to run another GBR. Always the ones that need help. I really hate to kick the guy. But on stream, really don't got all day, my guy. goodness gracious. I had to do that just to keep up with this guy. Ooh. Hey, Storm was on that ass, boy. Hey, we actually got him. We got him at the end. Okay. I don't know if he wasn't attacking for whatever reason, but yeah. I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah, my guy definitely needs some help. This Thanos, Mephisto, no, I don't know what he got going on. The Gene team isn't too bad. Actually, it kind of is because you got Coulson support, and I'm not sure if regular Coulson only applies to heroes, so looks like it might be just me. There it is. I still got to do one more. Oh, they got down on me on that one. Let's see how he performs at tier 3. Okay. So Mephisto putting in work at tier 3. Nice. No, yeah. He's gonna be a fool when he gets tier 4. Yeah, he's gonna be a whole problem when he gets his tier 4. Yeah. So for his advancement, we need 12.5 million, 2,300 carbo, 1,300 carbo, 2,300 life seed, 1,500 shit. So for his advancement, we need 1,500 life seed, 1,300 carbo, 2,300 soul of the foul team. There we go. We also have to give this guy a CTP. So hopefully we can get our hands on another one. Let's go ahead and work on her since we got oh my god, they're charging carbo. I mean CCF for tier 4 mats? What? Man, say, that's a jug. Oh, the times 20 is nice. Oh, juicy. If we can take her gears to 30, just the gears. That would be so nasty. Oh, loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Oh, so juicy, bro. So juicy. That first gear is still stuck. Let's see what's up with the skills. Oh boy, I was gonna say if they're charging CCF for the skills, bro. Hey, hey, hey. We will definitely take that. But yeah, I'll take whatever part of that discount I can get. So even if you're low on mats, definitely, you know, take advantage. You could get lucky like your boy and squeeze you out a few. You know what I mean? And get yourself a little bit of a win. You know what I mean? And the beauty is we have 9 more days of this, so I can farm up the mats to easily complete her gears, and then you know the skills are fixed. So it's too bad you don't get a discount for that, honestly. But yeah. So I'm actually good. On that. So hopefully in a few days we will have ourselves a tier 4 Gwenpool and a tier 4 Mephisto, and be working on another tier 4 behind the scenes. No telling who that's gonna be. And then hopefully we get ourselves another free tier 4 from the devs out of this. That would also be right on time. And that's why I was saying in the last video, you know, this could be a tier 4 sort of thing within the next, you know, few weeks or so. Similar to how I did around the anniversary, we wound up tier 4 and we were already working on Sentry, and then we caught the last of there are only 5,000 crystals left. I know whoever picked them up was happy as hell. Participate in timeline battle 50 times. Participate in dimension mission 300 times. And let's go ahead and get a hold of this so we can make sure we do not miss out. we go. Let's see here. Oh, that's what's eating up outer space. Okay. Went that 2 million right there. Possibly a little more. At least we got a few 6 stars out of it though. Let's see here. See if we can get ourselves any Odins. Okay. So out of all of that, we got 1 Odin's Blessing. Oh, there's a tier 4 selector in here. Okay. Okay, so these are the characters in the tier 4 selector for this year. So we could get Black Bolt. That'll give us a tier 4 Inhuman for the Inhuman Day. We really don't need Doc Ock, but I would just love to have him. Those are the top choices for me. Outside choices would probably be Moon Knight, Ant-Man, and Sharon. So yeah, I must say I do wish that the Black Friday tier 4 selector was a little more meaty. There are some good characters in here though. Cap, I don't have Cap tier 4. That's another possibility. That is a real possibility too, because they could do some work for me in PvP. But I think I'll get the most mileage out of Black Bolt. Yeah, so we definitely need to make sure that we are doing all of these. We might actually have to hit a couple of refreshes. It's 50 times is 10 days at 5 a day. Oh, wow. A sentry's getting washed like that? Well, I swear timeline is so weighted against. It's so weighted against. For a second, I'll get out here and start pushing buttons. You get the dub. Jesus. Even with all that, I had to do all that running around. That's what I mean. It's just completely one-sided. The majority of the time you come in here on autoplay, you're gonna get maxed. I think it really makes it kind of hard to even test characters. Whoa, I thought I had him, and I don't know why I didn't, but okay. What in the world? What is it, villain? Let me see if it's a download out for that. Because that should not be. That's definitely a bug. Yep, there's a translation issue going on right here with the requirements being translated into Korean. At least I think that's Korean. So that's interesting. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and use we can use Storm here also. Huh, we might just do that. Yeah, that would be nice. I think we can do better than Ancient One. And maybe her best support is probably gonna be Dazzler, wherever she is. Okay, I'm gonna lead. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. See how she gets along with Cyclops. Ooh. She just clapped two guys and one man say. Look out, Storm. In them first couple stages, she's a problem. I see why y'all running from this bro. She got that fire, yeah. Man, say. Hmm. Hmm. That actually took a little while. Get them last 7 bars off of Noel. I don't know if he was walking around in an iframe or what. Probably because that meter was full. Okay, we were able to get through that one. Hmm. Oh, that's right, the bonus time, the bonus time. If I can get the clap here. Ooh. Storm walking down like a G. Come on, jump into your tier 3. Hey. Got through one more stage on it, so 22. 22 and almost 16 million. I can dig it. I can dig it. See, we already did what we needed to do on both of those. Uh-oh. We get to put in more work. Come on, chunk 'em jib. Okay. Hey, I will take that too. Uh. Definitely got to go up in there and do rank battle. So we can pick up there. All right. Cool. I can take that. Suppose I should figure out who I'm gonna tier 3. Oh, come on now. 24, 24, what else? 30? No, I actually need to use, yeah, the mats. So let's see what else I can do. A universal book. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and get her out of the way. Not worried about her at this point. Yeah, I need to line up the next the next batch. Mm-hmm. What's happening, Jack? Just doing a little work on Winwoo's gears here. And I'm probably not gonna spend that much. You see, the gold is looking pretty raggedy. So let's go ahead and pick up for dailies and whatnot. But yeah, excited for the collab event. More so excited for the new game, honestly. Change of pace would be nice. It'll also be nice if they can, you know, keep it up with the release of new maps, new DLCs, that sort of stuff. You know, I think that's where they win. I think they losing if they come at this from a skin sort of perspective. And then the other thing too is it's a beat 'em up, but what's the incentive to play? Do the characters get stronger? You know, this sort of stuff. You know, you gotta kind of weigh it. It's been a while since your boy ran out of energy. But I'm cool with that. Okay. Yeah, we probably about right on time to open a rift as well. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. But yeah, baby, the what's the topic, man? Talking about this Heroes Masters of the Universe. Really, and the whole 80s kick. You know, what we were talking about earlier, bro. You know, what that means for Future Fight in general. The fact that they're doing it as a 7-game collab, I think is actually nice. But then the other thing too that I was chopping it up about earlier, you know, like I said, you got a 7-game collab here going on between Strike Force, Snap, Marvel Rivals, Marvel Puzzle Quest, Contest of Champions, Future Fight, and the new Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I think when they see just how many people gravitate toward it, you know, it'll be. And the dude straight up said in one of the interviews that I was watching, yeah, we gravitated directly to the 90s when it came down to the design for Spider-Man and some of his moveset and all of this stuff here. I'm like, yeah, because it's, you know, that Marvel superheroes, all of them sort of games. I think Marvel Superheroes was the first sort of 2D side scroller. Well, not side scroller beat 'em up, but the first 2D sort of combat joint that we saw him in. Not saying we didn't see Spidey in games before that, we definitely did. But you can tell they took a lot of that moveset straight from that Marvel vs. Capcom version of Spider-Man. You know what I mean? So trying to go back to something iconic, something that works, I think people will gravitate towards it. I think it's an easy engine to maintain in terms of you know, stability and things of this nature. The other thing though that I wanted to point out was the game is actually being made by the same company that made Shredder's Revenge. So you know, that's kind of a caveat right there. And still a good game to this. I mean, they re-released that thing not that long ago. So yeah. And then I was also thinking in terms of the crossover thing. Which say easy to play and replay value. Yeah. The more easier to play they make it. But this is the thing though, because the dude was saying in the interview, the whole. Let me pull this back up. Right. So one of the screenshots, right, shows, and let me blow this up here. But one of the screenshots shows, you know, each player having two characters to switch from, and you can flip between them on the fly to enhance your combo, right? So you know it's gonna be straight beat 'em up chaos with that sort of an engine, right? It is something that I don't think we've really seen a lot before, at least not in this format. So I mean, yeah, just a lot of just a lot to sort of delve into, and we'll start this thing over in the background and just let it run one time. But I mean, you know, if you just look at the combos, it's like, bro, you got some things you can do in terms of really handling your business. And then I think it'll be more so, and see, that's the other thing too, because games like Marvel Future Fight and the like, right? They're nice, don't get me wrong. I like being able to build my version of any particular Marvel character, you know, throw a dart at the wall of Marvel characters. I like being able to build my Taskmaster, let's say, different than your Taskmaster, right? That's all good, okay? But the other thing that kind of gets lost in that is, oh, I'm about to get So the other thing that gets lost in that is, yeah. And I don't know why it didn't loop. There we go. Yeah, the other thing that gets lost in that though, in that whole conversation is skill. Right? Yeah, it takes a certain level of skill to be able to pull off some of this stuff, you know what I mean? You can say, yeah, hack and slash, beat 'em up, whatever. But you take a game like Marvel superheroes, let's say, which I know is a little bit different animal than this to a degree, but not really. Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm coming from with that sentiment. That being said, it does take a little bit of a level of skill. So you gotta kind of find that happy medium of fun to play, but skill enough to where it's not completely mind numbing. And still maintain that level of fun. Or maybe it just needs to be what it is, mind-numbing fun, you know? Because, I mean, the argument could be made that, hey, we have enough of that with Marvel Rivals, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, or not Ultimate Alliance, that's something they could bring back, actually. But, you know, the argument could be made that, hey, we got enough of that with some of these other games. You know what I mean? So, kind of where I'm at with that one. And then at the same time, you got heroes and the masters of the universe out here doing their thing. So, you know, you can't sleep on some of these titles from the 80s. And hopefully it'll give some credence to revamp some of these titles to come with, you know, maybe some sort of, you know, AAA title He-Man game or something like that, or, you know, Thundercats or whatever the case may be. Because there are a lot of titles that exist that people will gravitate toward. Y'all just gotta drop them. Now, I understand some of it can be, you know, rights issues and having to pay, you know, for this or that. But if you keep it cheap, you keep it simple, everybody wins, everybody gets paid. And I don't mean cheap in terms of like, you know, gameplay or quality product or whatever, what have you. I mean like in terms of, you know, set up a deal in such a way where, yeah, the licensee can get, you know, a little bit of bread on it, but, you know, the cat that's paying for the license to you know, where everybody can kind of win a little bit instead of playing this whole greed game of trying to get yours, and everybody winds up losing in the end because what you're really doing is fucking over the fans. Sorry to say, but that's what it winds up being in a lot of cases. Where that is usually the issue, allegedly. Because, I mean, you take Marvel, the IP is so damn strong that the second they take their head out of their ass, they'll start making money. It's just that simple. Everyone don't has the machines. Yeah, this is true. This is true. You do have to have the, you know, the consoles and whatnot. And that's part of the reason why I think mobile gaming has really taken off the way that it has, because you know, if you're in a somewhat compromised position, tight budget, whatnot, you know, you may have a phone, you may not. I mean, it's real out here in these streets and folks are struggling. So, yeah, I completely get that. 100%. Oh, the mechanics. Okay, the mechanics. You mean for the combos? Yeah. No, you absolutely right about that too. But you know, you may not be able to pull off a 400 or 500 hit combo, but you might have the mechanics to pull off a 150 piece. a good 75. And then you can recycle. You know what I mean? Like, it'll still be fun. And it's easy enough to do where when folks start figuring out, it's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? And that's just what it is. Yeah, I'm sure for some folks it's probably going to be a little overwhelming, you know, with just so much going on visually. I will say this. Now you look at this screen, what's going on right now visually, right? And you imagine this in a multiplayer sort of setting and environment. Folks wouldn't be able to keep up just because there's so much visual noise on the screen. Whereas, you know, yeah, you may have a lot of visual noise in something like this, but we're gonna cut back to this right quick because I want folks to kind of understand where I'm coming from with this one. You know, there are times when playing Marvel Future Fight where it is absolutely difficult to understand exactly what's going on the screen. This game doesn't seem to have that issue. Even with, you know, folks going all out, 4 different players on the screen with character switches, and you always seem to have a sense of what's going on to a degree, right? And granted, this is a trailer, but I must say, I'm highly fucking impressed. I'm highly impressed from just that aspect alone. You know what I mean? They did the skills in such a way and did the character overlays in such a way where a lot of times when characters are getting hit, they may burst into flames or, you know, get electrocuted or whatnot. There was this one move that Jean has where she can actually pull people to her. That shit looks dope. But like I said, you're never really in a situation where you don't have a sense of what's going on. Not saying you can't get lost. You can completely get lost. It happens in every game. But I don't think, I think this game lends itself to that not being one of the standout issues of the game. And it could just be a nature of the layout, right? You're talking about a 2D side scroller versus, you know, something that's more dynamic in Future Fight to a degree. Can you imagine if the DLC in this game ever gets to the point where we have even half the amount of characters that we have in Future Fight in a game like Invasion, and also the, you know, they keep up with the DLC side of it in terms of dropping more levels to push our, you know, make the game interesting, that sort of shit. Can you imagine how dope that would be? But like I said, the replay incentive also has to be some sort of character progression, right? But what scares me is in games like these, that character progression is probably going to be somewhat limited. So, you know, just to hit on the drawbacks, character progression in a game like Marvel Cosmic Invasion is probably going to be way more limited in terms of that than when you compare it to a game like, say, Future Fight or you know, Marvel Ultimate Alliance even, right? Let's see. Let me catch up on the chat. I'm glad they went back old school. Hell yeah. This new wave is trash. Man, who you telling? The new wave of games, bro, has not been hitting on a damn. I mean, we'll just do it like this. We'll just do it like this, okay? Because I got some other stuff to hit on too. But going back to this graphic, right? You got, let me get my cursor up. You got Marvel Strike Force, which is, I think, turn-based. So, you know, turn-based games, I used to play, you know, the Final Fantasy joints when they were, you know, heavily turn-based and stuff. So I get it. It is what it is. Not really my cup of tea anymore, but I was playing them for a while. Marvel Snap, I think, is like one of those card-based games or some shit. I'm not sure. Neither one of these is anything that I would really mess with. This Marvel Puzzle Quest, kind of the same thing. So that's almost half of these games that are, you know, not really, you know, no knock on anybody if you're cut for this sort of stuff, but for a traditional gamer, it's not really gonna be, you know, the thing that we dig on. As opposed to something where we're actually in there, you know, controlling the character, as opposed to flipping a card or solving some sort of riddle or puzzle or something like that. MCOC, it's kind of almost seems turn-based to me in terms of the fighting. So something I really couldn't dig on. I've seen a few cats playing it that I worked with before. You know, I got in there a little bit, not really my cup of tea either, right? So that leaves Future Fight and Rivals. This kind of how this breaks down to me. You know what I mean? So even if you're counting Contest of Champions, you're still only looking at 4 out of the 7 games right here. You know what I mean? Marvel Rivals is more of an arena-based sort of get down, but not really any character progression or character building that I know about in there. Maybe I could be wrong. But I think every time you like start the match, everybody starts from the same whatever. Another game I've never gotten into, but one I could get into, just from the look of it. I've just kind of been holding back. So yeah. You know, so when you say new games they've been coming out with are trash, we don't have to look no further than up under the same Marvel umbrella to see how many of them, while they may be doing well and have a fan base and an audience and all of that in that lane and in that genre, it's more so selling on the name of Marvel than anything else. Because if it was any other game, these probably wouldn't be, you know, as popular, right? That's in my opinion. And that's not a knock on anybody that likes MCOC or any of the rest of the games. This is just my opinion from the style of genre of games that I like to play, which is mostly being able to control the fighter while I'm sitting here playing a game on autoplay. So yeah. Trust me, I get the irony of it. I would much rather have less game modes in Marvel Future Fight that weren't all fluff and autoplay, and more game modes that we could actually play to take control of the characters with no autoplay functionality whatsoever, but less gameplay overall, right? So if that makes sense. Bring down the overall volume, but expand the player's interaction with the game, right? Because a lot of times we're sitting here doing just this. I could get up, walk in the other room, game still be going. But is it gaming if I'm not playing the game? Like, you know what I mean? I don't understand it. But I mean, so yeah, games being trash. There's a lot of shit about Future Fate that's trash. Just saying. As clean as the game is, we can all point out stuff about it that we don't like. And we can all point out stuff about it that we do. Yeah, we'll save that. Oh, they restricted blast character. You motherfuckers. Okay. No fifth skill. I'm good with that. That means Storm wouldn't be useful to me anyway. $35 on all element damage. But that's it. $40, $40, $25. His artifact is actually nice. Hmm. $45 and $15. Oh, it's 60% flame resist. 30% fire damage. Ghost Rider's artifact. Let's see how that works. I had to think about that team for a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you when you're saying this new age trash. They're a jackass. You talking about the new wave of characters? Or games? Look what the fuck been coming out. Yeah, the games haven't been. I mean, I said it earlier, bro. When was the last time there was a game that came out that you were excited about, that actually delivered? I can think of games that I was excited about and came out and bought. didn't deliver. You know what I mean? And that's in any genre. I imagine I probably would have felt different if I'd have got that Harry Potter game, maybe. At least in terms of gameplay, because it looked pretty cool. But yeah, they have to do more. Now, in terms of just the Marvel games in general, and in reading, let me refresh this. I think it might have froze on me. Okay. Okay. And then the other thing too, before we get into any of that stuff, I gotta talk about it. So this event that's going on in the game right now for these tokens is also the event for the tier 4 selector for this Black Friday. So this is the other tier 4. Remember, I said they were probably going to give us two. One is the discount, the other is this, right? So it's completely free, tier 4, and you can choose any one of these characters. So, you know, I can give you my quick rundown on who I think is good. For those of you who kind of need some guidance in that regard. So yeah, maybe we do a ranking video or something like that. Or maybe we do a live stream where we rank them. Of course, it's going to be with all of their newest uniforms in mind, so do keep that in mind for any characters that have seasonal, but I don't think anyone does outside of Sharon. So there is that. Off rip though, just if you want to know like top 3 that I would pick if I had none of these characters, it would probably be, for right now, Storm. Really strong in the game. Has nothing to do with the fact that she's my favorite character, but yeah, she's just strong, bro. She's absolutely busted with her latest uniform. So yeah, that would be an off the rip sort of pick. Thor would be another really solid pick. In his latest uniform, he's an absolute demon. And my guy Venom. Venom in his latest is really good. Other outliers would be folks like my guy Black Bolt here. Beware, his uniform is seasonal. So there is that. It is a Halloween uniform. So I think it just came off sale. So you'll probably have to get a seasonal ticket for it or something. So just beware of that. but he will help you on that Inhuman Day. But you do have a free to play option now in, oh damn, was that uniform seasonal too? Shit. Yep. Cause it was him and, or it was her and it was her and Miles Morales. Those were the seasonals. So all of them are Halloween now. For the Inhumans. So you really don't have a choice. Damn, that kind of sucks. That definitely means they need to do an Inhumans update and get Black Bolt out of seasonal hell then, so people have a free to play option. So yeah. You do have a couple of days before this event goes away. So make sure you do not miss out on collecting your tokens. You do have quite a bit of work to do. You have to run Dimension Mission 300 times. So you have to have the requisite energy to be able to do that. Whether that's over the course of the next few weeks, or whether that's, you know, you've just been stacking energy or whatever. You have to participate in Timeline Battle 50 times. That's 10 days minimum without refresh. You also have to participate in Team Battle Arena once, and this is on a daily reset. You also have to participate in World Boss on a daily reset, and then you have to use 500 or 50 million gold. So just beware, because you know you do have your 370 pieces. But that's only 20. That's only 210 tokens, and you need 310. Okay, so that means you're gonna have to run enough of these daily ones to offset. At 5 apiece, with it looks like 3. Oh no, 2. Yeah, it's only 2 daily resets. Ooh. So 10 tokens a day. So that's, you have to run this thing at least 10 days to get the 100 tokens to offset. So there you have it. So make sure you guys don't miss out. Make sure you are running your game modes at least once so you don't miss out on the rewards, and you don't miss out on acquiring your free tier 4. I like that they actually do it like this because it does encourage gameplay. I mean, if ever we're at the point where people can't, you know, play a few line-less sort of games in order to unlock something, then, you know, the state of the game is in a worse shape than we thought. Okay, no. I was gonna say you better not lose to Adam. Ooh. I don't know. Yeah. I was gonna say I don't know because that hella passive, and then her at tier 4 with her artifact with Ghost Rider and Surfer. It's a lot of different shit to deal with. That's a team I should exploit more. And you could honestly run that with any strong PvP hero. But running it with Surfer becomes problematic because you're dealing with this reflect, you're dealing with this revive. Yeah, that's something I should exploit a little bit more. It's kind of a potent team. It's too bad she don't have the Weapon Master passive. $55.40. Oh, wait a minute. Everybody's a hero. Where the hell is Coulson? I can't use him. Shit. Okay, so that's why this was so difficult. Okay. Shit. Okay, and then he needs a DPS to go with him. That's gonna be you. Cool. Yeah, it works. That should guarantee victory. Oh, that boy destroyed Adam. I got Deadpool almost pulled that shit off. Yeah, I was gonna say we shouldn't lose this one. If we lost that one, that would have been an upset. Yeah, I like that matchup. See what I can exploit. I might be able to get off on the debuff removal. I like that matchup with Deadpool and the Reflect. Oh, against a couple of blast types. Yeah. I will take that. I'll also take that matchup. Whoa. Okay. Come on, Deadpool. Hey. Down 2-1. Surfer, can you pull it out for your boy? Hey, push it to 5. It's all up to you, Wolverine. Oof. Oof, the reflecting hella was too much. Freaking well-placed hella team. And having Shala Ball down there. Yeah, that hurt. That hurt. All right, let's get back on it. Let me get caught back up on the chat. Hello, sir. Got home from buddy's wedding. Okay, that's what's up. Congrats. Let's see here. It's all about working the match ups. So we will put that together down there. And it's a very winnable matchup for my Surfer. We'll put Sentry out front. And see if he can deal with whatever bullshit y'all got lined up for me. 2 characters or whatever. Okay, another Sentry with similar support, but not quite. Oh wow, he actually got off on me first. That is wild. He doesn't even have an HP proc and he got Doesn't have more overall HP either. Doesn't look like it. I mean, the matchups are a little different, but Let's see here. So what you got going on there, sock guy? Other than your buddy's wedding, which, you know, congratulations, like I said. Let's see about these matchups. Who do I like that Wolverine can beat on that other side? I need a pure villain team here. So that's gonna have to be no. Feel like Surfer would do really good there. My Deadpool's matchup against Surfer actually is not bad, but you got them damn zombies. But only one of them is tier 4, so. Yep, and we'll let Sentry handle the mystery meat. Probably Shalabal and Sentry. Some shit that don't match. Oh wow. Okay. Let's see, am I gonna get him on the res? Nope. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't think it's anything else as far as like in the way of events or anything like that, but we gotta do. There is the crystal relay that I kind of want to do because you can get a couple of artifact selectors out of this thing. And we'll go ahead and do the first one. Actually, you know what? No, I'll take the rando artifact. Oh, and this is going to be gone in 2 days? Okay, I already got all of Black Swan. See, I'm up to 425. Yeah. There we go. And let's pick up. So let's see who we get from the 4-star rando first. So a 4-star Carnage, so that's a reroll. Because we already have, I think, a 6-star Carnage or a 5-star Carnage, something like that. Oh no, we have a 4-star. Okay. Cruelty. So it's already the right. Okay, so it's still a reroll. Okay. So we have to kind of take an inventory of I did not realize I had a 3-star Doc Doom. I could get Apox and get his revive, which is probably what I'm gonna do. 4-star this guy. And then 3-star APOC maybe. Could get Null and Apocalypse. Definitely two of the more heavily coveted, I guess. Okay, so let's just do this. Because I have to have his revive. Otherwise, he's just sitting there collecting dust. What is Null's anyway? Yeah, there it is. Superhero, supervillain. So honestly, I could get a 3-star Null and a 4-star APOC. There he is. So 20%, 30%, 40%. So he only revives 50% of his max HP. So in order for him to be viable, he's gonna need at least a 4-star. I could give him the revive and then upgrade magic. To where she's not getting clapped so easily, but really with those, you kind of need a 5 or a 6-star. Let's see. So it was what, 30%? And what else? Goes from 11 to 14%. So 3% versus 10%. Sorry, fellas, but kind of have to take the 10%, don't I? That's pretty much the only thing that's been keeping me from building a pot. And we'll go down here and snatch up Null's artifact because why not? And then we'll get caught up here on the chat. Let's see here. Cool. So let's see. Shot guy, if let me plug my phone up too, by the way, for this thing go dead. Get something going. In the background. There we go. Hey, Carter Key, what's going on? Can I check your account ID? Put your IGN in the chat. I don't know if you covered it yet, but you're using, but who am I using the tier 4 selector on? You were thinking about Black Bolt, Widow, Spider-Man in that order? So this is the thing about Black Bolt. He has a seasonal uniform. So unless you plan on dropping out for that uniform ticket, and yes, I did cover this, but unless you plan on dropping out for that uniform ticket, I would not mess with it, honestly, or with him in particular. It also depends on your account. You know what I mean? Are you a PvP player? Are you a PvE player? Because you just mentioned 3 characters that are kind of all over the place. Spidey and Widow are traditionally PvP, largely. Although Widow has been known to, you know, get out there in the PvE sort of territory. And then Black Bolt is straight PvE, but has a seasonal uniform. So if you already have characters like Storm out of the way, or Thor or Venom, those would be my first 3 picks. If you don't have those 3, I might have to dial it down. And it could be that I got Mephisto out there and he ain't holding up his end of the bargain because he's not tier 4 yet. So that could be the case. I'm just trying to see really what kind of work I can do with them. I also need to make sure that he's popping his second skill. Oh, he's popping the second skill and probably switching back and having to wait at the wrong time. That could be it. But yeah, Carter Key, put your IG in the chat, and I can check out your account. Yeah, the order that I would okay. And what sort of game modes do you like to play? PvE, PvP? That would also help. For any account reviews. PvP? Okay. Let me get my zombie runs out of the way, and then I got you. On the account review, Carter Key. But yeah, that tier 4 selector, it's this is why it's always good to skip tier 4s here and there and not be too pressed or pressured. Because there are only 15 tier 4s in the game. And eventually, you're gonna hit a point of saturation where they're gonna start giving these things away for free anyway. So if you're patient, you can kind of bide your time and wait and pick up, whereas opposed to if you're not, or if you're well and you're throwing a lot of money at the game, it's still even a good idea to skip, because you could have got this character for free. You know? And just judging from my roster, I know so many players that are just gonna miss out on a free tier 4 altogether. know, or their only choice is going to be somebody like Ant-Man or, you know, a lot of them already have, what's the name, Tier 4? Green Shadow Shell. I almost called her Green Dragon. Shadow Shell, Tier 4 already, so. I almost have to think, what a waste of a ticket, you know? So yeah, that's kind of the thing. Let's see. Hold on. I gotta catch up on the chat. In zombie mode, higher stage gives more tokens. Yeah, I know. I don't have yet in 2 or 3 day I got. Okay. 2 or 3 days you'll have a tier 4 selector. Let's see, I don't usually come up as Bubba79 in the chat. Oh, that's you. Okay. All right, Bub, what's up? In the tier 4 selector, you're going to take Storm. Excellent choice. Excellent choice, I must say, especially with her being out of seasonal hell. You'd be hard pressed to find a better choice in there, honestly. So for anybody that doesn't have Storm, that should pretty much be your pick. Through a judgment or a competition or a rage on her, you won't be disappointed at all. She will absolutely obliterate content. Like I said, other honorable mentions for me and for my money, it depends on what you're leaning towards. If you're leaning more towards PvP, Spidey would be a good pickup. Cap would be a good pickup in his zombie uniform. You would have to have access to Weapon Hex and her zombie uniform in order to make that work. So keep that in mind with Cap. So if you're free to play, that may not be an option for you unless you can get your hands on her some kind of way. Otherwise, I know she drops in like dimension missions or some shit like that, so maybe you can get her that way and slap a uniform on her and ride out into the sunset. You have tier 4 Cap? Yeah. I know a lot of people do. He was one of the first tier 4s after all. He haven't met VIP 1 already. Yeah, my storm was close. And then she got good. So everybody started building her. So, you know how that goes when the whales take over. What I've done so far for this Black Friday, I picked up COLAB+, so that was a plus. Picked up a couple of uniforms, so also a plus. The newest, latest ones, the ones that dropped with the update. So the Punisher joint for Ares, and sir, got a long way to go on that Soul of the Faltine, so you get that out of the way. And I have an account review to do. So let's see here. Where are you, Agent? OSKC. Okay, I got you right here. Okay, so first things first, your cards I know are a work in progress. I would not build the Black Panther premium card, so I'm assuming that one is just a placeholder. But overall, there are much better options for you than having something that has a fixed stat at the top or two fixed stats at the top that are easily capped in crit damage and cooldown duration. Typically what you want to see is one or none of the stats that are cappable. That's going to be crit rate, crit damage, cooldown duration, ignore defense in the top slot. You may want to see one of those, but not two of those. That's pretty much baseline for determining whether a card is worth building as far as the premium versions. New Avengers #9, while it does have both of those up there, what kind of puts it over the top and makes it worth crafting is the fact that it has that HP proc down there. It has HP in the top slot, which is a stat that cannot be capped and is really important for PvP. You do have the ignore defense and the crit damage up there, but what makes it so different than the Black Panther card is if you actually go in here and you take a look at it, on the rollable stats, like I said, the HP proc, you can also roll dodge on this thing, or all attack or energy attack, and then you can roll cooldown duration in the bottom slot. This essentially makes this card take up a lot of space for those cappable stats, so you can run them on other cards more openly. For instance, you know, this one right here, where you got the all attack and the HP up top with the ignore dodge, which is kind of an outlier. It's the only card in the game that really has that as a top stat. But you get what I'm saying? It frees you up, because you're stacking so much of those cappable stats into one card. So, you know, this one kind of went the opposite direction. You don't want too many cards like that, though. And the fact that this has that HP proc on it, that's what makes it so good. So yeah, that's kind of what you want to stick to. You know, what makes this one so good, you got the all attack, you got the energy attack up top, and then the crit rate. You can also roll an energy attack proc on this thing, and I think you can roll either physical attack, yep, which you have down there at the bottom, or it's physical attack and the energy attack proc on the same roll. They may be on the same roll on that Luna card. Yep, they are. So, yeah, and then you can roll this thing all defense and HP. So, you know, you only got that one fixed stat on that entire card that's easily capped. Something that you can take care of on the crafted side end. You know what I mean? So yeah, a little bit of work to do on your cards. Energy attack, ignore defense. That is a cool ass looking card though. All attack, dodge, cooldown duration. Let's check the effects. We got the HP proc, the physical attack proc, 18% cooldown duration, so you need to raise that up a bit. You also, your ignore defense isn't too far off. Still working on things like energy attack. Looks like it's a fairly new account by the look of it. Yeah, definitely a fairly new account. But putting in that work though, and I can see it. I can definitely see it. You already got a tier 3 Sentry level 80 with Mighty Clash, or Mighty Conquest. The refinement for him for PvP really is not his best option. You would want to go with either a Conquest or, and you're probably not at a point where you got a whole lot of CTPs to throw around either. So I do get it. A Mighty Greed would work wonders on this guy. You could do something similar with Sentry as well, so keep that in mind. But I definitely would not go with the egg. Okay, tier 4 refinement. A tier 4 regen. This you really don't want in this guy. You want something like a honestly, him right now for PvP, I would run something like Guard Break Immunity HP with the Baby Rage. Or a damage proc, a 200% damage proc. I think that may help you out a whole lot more. I mean, he does get the shield that's impenetrable right now, so, but this is really not the CTP that you would want to put on anybody right now. A lot of those are gonna be throwaway CTPs, unfortunately, in the bigger scheme, in the long run of things. Authority on Spidey is not a bad option. He's also one of those ones that can run an authority, he can run a greed. They have to be the mighty version. So another really good way for you to, and I know you're probably not there yet, but and I want you to make this your sort of mission. If you climb to stage, I think it's 135 in Shadowland, which is going to require that you use and clear Shadowland with one character, especially at this stage of your roster, because you're still missing a lot of tier 2s and this sort of thing. But getting to stage 135, that will get you a CTP selector. So you definitely want to do that. You can select any CTP except some of the newer ones, I think, there. So you won't be able to select the Liberation. You won't be able to select the Competition. You won't be able to get a Conquest. But you should be able to get Greeds out of there, Rages, Authorities, Refinements, that sort of thing. That CTP of Refinement, if you build Gore, it would work good on him, but he's kind of fallen out of the meta, so to speak. Let's see. Let me catch up on the chat so I can see what it is you're asking. I don't have a CTP. Which obelisk is the best for her? Oh, you're gonna take Storm, and you want to know what the best obelisk is for her? Oh, bro, you want to do something like this then? You want to do something like that right there. For her, a majority of her damage is going to be lightning damage, so you're going to want to do lightning damage in the first or the second slot. Guard Break Immunity in the first slot would be ideal. Or maybe not. Maybe you can run something like crit damage or crit rate if you're hurting for that. Preferably crit damage, because it's probably going to be, you know, a lot better for you earlier on. So yeah, crit damage, or maybe max HP with the lightning damage, or double lightning damage with a Baby Rage proc. The reason why you want that is so you're not inadvertently triggering the proc and losing out on damage. If it's a regular 200, like what you would get with something like an energy, all of that damage is placed onto a single skill. So that requires characters that you can cancel their skills quickly. There's a delay in the hit of the skill, but the skill still hits in a way where you can stack all of the damage onto one skill. So for a character like the easiest example of this is Sharon Rogers, right? Even though there's a little bit different mechanic to her playstyle, because there's such a delay in everything. Now, of course, with her on her third skill, because the damage accumulation is she has to get hit, you would have to do the third, stand there, get hit, then do 5-4, right? So it would be 3, 5-4. She throws up the lance, it comes down, and then you get the beam, and the majority of the damage is on there. When that proc hits, because you're doing that so fast, and you'll see it when it goes off, it's a little green icon. It's not on the screen now because we're in practice mode. But you'll see it when it goes off, and that's kind of it. It's like, you know, if you missed, or if a skill hits too early or something like that, you could lose all that extra bonus damage that you would otherwise get with something like a rage or a judgment or a competition. Because with a rage, a judgment, and a competition, it's not a single skill damage proc. It procs throughout the entirety of the proc, whatever skills you're hitting. Doesn't matter if you're canceling them, doesn't matter if you're letting the skill play out, you're still gonna get the damage bump. Whereas with a single target damage proc like an energy or a destruction, you know, you lose all of that. If you change your skill or any of that sort of stuff. Let me go back because I'm not done. I'm not done with you, Agent. Let's see here. What was it? Agent what? Let me scroll back up. SKC. Okay. Oh, I can't spell. That's what it is. All right. And you know what? I should have looked at these because I would have told it. Yep. Yeah. So, you know, if Storm is your go-to, and now no, I can't go back from right here. But if Storm is your go-to, then, you know, in lieu of not having something like a judgment, I would definitely go with, you know, something like this would be perfect. You'd have the guard break immunity, so even when you're moving around, you don't have to worry about being guard broken. You'd have the cold damage, or the not cold damage, because she only has cold damage, I think, on one of her skills. So you'd want lightning damage, and then you know that, or you know, if you got something that was cold damage, lightning damage, that would work on her too. You know, something like this, max HP, lightning damage, baby rage, or died rage. What The other thing though that you want to be careful about the mini rages is for a character like Storm, she's gonna be difficult to raise her dodge. So you're gonna have trouble getting it to proc if it procs dodge. So you're gonna want to select one that's procs on crit rate because she's easily capped on her crit rate. I think she soft caps it with like her 3rd or 4th skill. Or did they move it around? Yeah. 45% crit rate bump. So she easily caps her critical rate with her 3rd skill. Then she gets a elemental damage bump on her tier 4. So, and keep in mind, all of her damage accumulation is on her tier 3. So that's when you're really going to see the damage ramp. But now the 4th skill is cancelable. So that's the other thing that a lot of people don't realize. I did a video on Storm a while back, where she's one of the few characters in the game that has like a 200 hit combo. But yeah, go check it out. Like, unless they adjusted her hit counter, you can still get up there or pretty close, rather easily, honestly. It's one of the reasons why she hits so damn hard. Let's see. I don't have a CTP agreed. No, I don't have a CTP agreed to give no. Okay, next character build, Mini Rage is good, I think, for her. Have a 6-star Storm with new uniform. Yeah, that's who I was looking for. Oh, you said she's 6-star. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you got the right idea, just the wrong element, right? This would work on somebody like Jean, Madeline, Emma, Professor X, any of those sort of characters. This is also the other reason why I like to have the element as the fixed stat. And then if I roll guard break immunity on there or whatever, that's cool. Sometimes you'll just get lucky and it'll be, you got guard break immunity in the first stat and then you roll something good on there. But yeah, you can roll GBI in the second stat as well, luckily. But the odds of you rolling something else that you may need in there, like crit damage, for instance, because like I said, she caps her crit rate pretty easily. The other thing I would start doing if I were you is, since you plan on using your tier 4 ticket on her, is I would go ahead and start working on her ISO. I'm not sure if you're going to want to stick with Overdrive or switch over to Power of Angry Hope. You might be kind of you might not have as much gold to spare. So that being the case, I really wouldn't recommend re-rolling your ISO set just yet. I would just go ahead and build it, because while ISO is kind of expensive in the lower stages of the game, at the later stages of the game, it's not that bad for you to re-roll this thing and switch it out. Although that could be a hefty gold cost early on. Um, I would also go ahead and plan to awaken her gear slots here, so you can put your urus and all of that stuff in there to make up for whatever stats that you may be missing. Oh, dropping stuff. But yeah, I think you're going in the right direction. Especially with your cards, just keep building your cards. You know, you got tier 3 Cyclops already, so you have some built-in support system for her a little bit. The other thing I would say that would help you along is to start working on some support tier 3s. That way when you start getting up in World Boss Plus, you'll already have them built in. When you start going in GBR and stuff like that, you'll already have your supports already there to go along with your DPSs and stuff like that. So characters like Sif and getting her uniform, you know, characters like Phil Coulson, even without a uniform, you know, dropping out the crystals to get White Fox, even though she's a Crystal Wall character. I think all of these things will do a lot to carry your roster. And even if you don't want to do that, unlocking a character like Dr. Voodoo and getting his uniform, you know, I think doing stuff like that will go a long way to help your roster. But good supports. I'm looking for a few down building this guy. You know, he has some pretty good support passives. So, you know, just little stuff like that. Little stuff like that. I see you got access to Luna down there. So, also pretty nice. But yeah, you know, just leads, supports, this sort of stuff. She's also pretty versatile for you early on, even without a uniform. So another good option to build. She's got a seasonal uniform, so she's probably not going to be a good option for you right now in the game. This guy in his red goblin uniform, not only is he a good leadership, but he is an excellent support for villains. But not only that, in that uniform, at your level, he'd be a good DPS in his own right. When summertime rolls around, you should pick up his support uniform. Still holds weight, and it's probably going to continue to hold weight for the foreseeable future. Who else? I think this guy has a uniform that you can pick up for 500,000 gold. That enhances his support and leadership abilities. So you don't even have to get the Crystal Wall version. Yeah, she has a good support uniform. I think it's non-seasonal now. But it is Crystal Wall. Who else? This guy here, any of his uniforms make him an excellent PvP support. So that's also something to keep in mind. I think Wasp in her uniform also makes her an excellent PvP support. I see you got Colson down here. Whenever Christmas rolls around, you might want to think about investing in his seasonal uniform, as it adds so much more to his kit. I see you have Voodoo here. Go ahead and awaken this guy so you can have him ready for you to go. So yeah, just little stuff like that. Little stuff like that. I know you can't do them all at the same time, all at once, but I see they're coming along. You know, I see a few in there like Taskmaster. But that's one of the main things I look at. It's like, hey, if I start seeing, you know, DPS, DPS, you know, DPS with very little support, it's like, okay, we need to fluff the support game now. You got 4 or 5 teams here if you fluff the support game. You know what I mean? And then this guy's a good DPS in his own right, so you could have him a lead with double support. Well, that eats up supports, 3 supports from all of the rest of the teams that you want. So you really need more leads and supports than you do DPS. You know what I mean? So spend some time investing in those. It will change your life, brother. My sentry is going to tier 4 today. Only 8 souls of the foul team already. Well, congratulations. So that's going to be 2 tier 4s for you in like a span of a couple of days, 10 days or so, whenever you get the selector. So yeah, that's going to be some hell of a progress. And that's hell of a progress for any roster, honestly. But yeah. You got Sentry coming. You got Storm coming. So you bring the supports, and you have yourself something. And then from the PvP aspect, because I know you said that's your thing, you got Colossus. So that's definitely a uniform that you need to pick up, right? And here's why. Because Pietro's Will, I think it is, or did they change the name of it? Nope. Yeah, Pietro's Will. First of all, it gives the decrease of physical reflect and decreased damage from supervillain and superhero allies off rip. So really, really strong support. You know what I mean? A lot of people run this guy. A lot of people run Wasp as well. But then there are a lot of other niche PvP type supports. And I don't think people really differentiate those out a lot, especially with the new game mode too. That, what is it, Team Battle Arena or whatever? But debuff removal, always key. Wasp lead is very, very useful because you get the, 30-20-10, all attack, all defense, all speed. And then for the uniform buff, you get 20% HP. And I think I don't think it's this uniform. I think it's this one that's 500,000 gold. It's either this one or this one. It's one of the two. But yeah, you don't get any skill changes with that guy. But the Winsome Wasp passive she always has, so you'll still get the debuff removal. I think this one, yeah, you'll get the 10%. Not sure if it's 500,000 gold or not. It may be, but I'm not sure. But I know this one isn't. So, yeah, and I don't even got a custom gear on her. Just throw it in there. It's all about the support. I mean, I had a CTP of Insight on her at some point. But, you know, she's not the only one. You know, a lot of people sleep on Kahori. Was free to play whenever she first dropped for a limited time, so probably not by now. But for superhero allies, she increases damage dealt to targets with remove all debuff. So that means anybody that's running Wasp or some leadership with debuff removal on it, you're going to automatically increase your damage by 50% and reduce damage or increase instinct damage by 50%. That's huge and crucial for tier 4s. So, you know, that's another style and type of low. Then you get the energy defense going. Then she has Spidey's Giga Dodge. So, you know, you got a few. Even Phil Coulson in his new uniform, right? Given the right team, and partially why he's banned in that team battle arena this week anyway. My guy does so much. He's giving guaranteed crit rate, damage to supervillains, damage reduction from supervillains 50-20, right? I believe if you have his artifact, he gives ignore dodge and then damage to boss types. So that's kind of more PvP/PvE because ignore dodge does work in PvP. And then if you're a superhero, you're also getting 20% damage reduction, 30% HP. So huge for PvP with the damage reduction and the HP bump. And then the additional damage reduction from supervillains specific. So, like I said, my guy has a lot going on, and then sprinkling some ignore dodge on top of that. That is a nasty buff in the right situations in PvP or PvE. Who else is in there doing nasty work? Where is she? Yep. And you might be a candidate, because I got a 5-star artifact for you, chick. This is another one that does nasty work in PvP. She has the immortality passive if you have her artifact, right? She also has 20% ignore dodge rate and then increased basic damage dealt to superheroes by 50% and damage reduction from superheroes by 30%. in the right situation, that is a nasty buff. And then on top of that, she's reducing for herself our resistance, increasing chain hit damage, and then decreasing damage from reflect types by 50%. So she's ideal for dealing with those Silver Surfer teams and this sort of thing. If she can linger long enough, she can get a kill off with her tier 3. So she can be kind of a dangerous sleeper sort of character, because that tier 3 of hers still hits hard. But yeah, it's so many of them. It's so many of them type of PvP right situation. You know, if you have her artifact, you get or no, it's not her artifact. But Morgan Le Fay, I think it's her 4-star passive. She gets the revive. And then if you have the seasonal uniform for her, she gets the applies to universal types, so very specific teams here. The damage to boss types, not really worried about. The all attack is great. And then she also applies the debuff removal. So, you know, kind of a niche sort of situational kind of thing. Not the best support, not the worst. You know, weapon hex, like I was saying before about your girl. You get this uniform and you get the 7-second I don't want to say 7 seconds of immortality, but when your HP drops to 1 or below, you'll survive for 7 seconds and then die. So yeah, that's sort of the drawback to that, but it does work in certain situations, especially when paired with Captain America Tier 4, who you already have. So, not a seasonal uniform, but is a paywall character. So that's kind of the drawback, but does support all zombie types with that. Yeah, this is the one I was looking for, America Chavez, with the throwback to the no back. Let's see. Her uniform passive, that's what it is. 40% HP bump and then decreased damage from reflect by 50% on all reflect. Makes her excellent for going up against those pesky surfer teams. Pair it with something like a CTP or Insight, and she really becomes a problem. Solely from a perspective of just handling business. You can also use her leadership to give you an attack buff and a dodge rate buff. So she has a lot going on for you. So just a few supports, you know, to kind of think about investing in. You know, there are definitely more. There are some older ones that is also still good. There are some newer ones like my girl Mantis here. She's basically a mini version of Colossus without the reflect, without the physical reflect, and 30% instead of 50% damage reduction from superheroes and supervillains. But where she lacks in defenses for support type PvP, she more than makes up for in damage. And I do believe she has some element to her damage. Yeah. Yeah, she did. She is mind damage on all of her skills, so you can do the mind damage crit rate thing with the crit rate proc. This is like a perfect, you know, sort of synergy sort of thing. If it's dodge, then you want dodge. If it's crit, then you want crit rate sort of situation. If you're not rolling elements and you're rolling these rage procs, then you kind of want to stick to crit rate, maybe crit damage, and dodge in the top slots to kind of increase your odds of it going off. And then, you know, whatever else you get in the other slots is just the extra stat. But yeah, you can get some work done with this girl in World Boss. Maybe some early work in ABX, although she'll probably get replaced fairly soon for you. But definitely not one to be slept on. Okay. Give me one more GBR. And then I think we're gonna call it. Yeah. I'm gonna throw my boy Venom out there. Can I show my build and my cards? Yeah. I'll show my build, cards, chest, all that. Okay, so all of that stuff, right? As far as the cars, the build, all of that stuff. Okay, cool. So the PvP side of stuff is in flux. The PvE side of stuff is pretty solid with some tweaks that need to be made here and there that would get a little stronger. Okay, fine. As far as the CTPs and all of this stuff is concerned, a lot of these, like these regens, these refinements, the destructions, especially the patience and transcendence and stuff. The reason why I'm hanging on to these is one reason and one reason only. Last year at the anniversary, they came up with this event where they allowed you to trade in CTPs. I'm hoping this Black Friday they do something similar and allow us to trade in all of these bogus, trash, worthless CTPs that we get, that we wind up just throwing away. You know, I got a mighty transcendence right here. I would love to have a mighty competition out of this, or a mighty conquest out of this, or a mighty veteran even out of this. You know, that would be absolutely dope. Straight up and down. It'd be nice. Just saying. But yeah, my device is about to conk out on me, and before it does, I want to thank you guys for hanging out with your boy once again. You know, y'all fell through deep this evening, so it is definitely appreciated. Y'all make sure y'all hit that thumbs up. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. Sound off in the comments below. We're gonna go out here to some story fragment forming, and it's been a pleasure. We will catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Try to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. Tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong